Happy Sunday, everybody! Welcome back to the Chill Art Sunday. Welcome to a new Chill Art Sunday. On this lovely Sunday, thank God the weather has finally cooled down a little bit, although the forecast is saying that we are going to have new heat waves from here until January, so yay. Anyway, everyone, welcome back to the Chill Art Sunday. Thank you all so much for joining. I hope you are doing well, and as usual, I hope you're doing way better than me, because God knows I could be doing a lot better myself. So yeah, everyone, welcome back. Hopefully today's show is going to be enjoyable. I have at least two things planned. Number one, first and foremost, I do intend on resuming works on this commission that I haven't touched for the past 3 months. It's been way too long, and truth be told, they should have been finished like 5 or 6 months ago, more or less. So yeah, I do intend on resuming works on this, but there is something else that I would like to try first. Halloween is not actually a thing in my country. We do not celebrate Halloween here. However, it is a fun time of the year. I obviously see it is very fun. Way too many people enjoy it, and truth be told, I actually would like we had Halloween here as well because it seems to be very fun. Um, anyway, what I was going to say. Oh yes. So since we are 2 days away from Halloween, I will see if I can try to draw something Halloween themed to mark the date. I kind of have an idea of what I want to draw. Though I don't think I'm going to be able to finish that thing in time, but I'll at least try to get started. But before I do anything else, before I start anything, um, I would like to say thank you for all the people over at Truckers MP who left me. I don't know if any of you guys are watching right now, but just in case, in any case, I would like to thank you all for the lovely messages you left me on my profile. I didn't respond to any of them because they were quite a bunch, but I have been leaving heart reactions to all of them, at least as much as I can, because there's after all, there is a hard cap on how many reactions you can leave around on the forum on every single day. So I have to wait 24 hours for my cap to to cool down so I can add more reactions. But in any case, thank you all so much for the appreciation. I'm gonna be honest with you, I was not at all expecting I would receive all of that love, for the lack of a better term. I really did not expect that, especially since I have never really been that interactive in terms of me interacting with the community. All the work that I have ever done on Truckers MP has always been in the background for the most part. So I really was not expecting any more than at least 2 or 3 messages, but I got a lot of them, many. I Yeah, that actually made me very happy. Um, I am not kidding. I almost cried last Friday when I started seeing them pop in. um, so yeah, that was really, really very much appreciated. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. And for those of you who are watching and have no idea what the frick I am talking about, I am talking about something that has happened this last Friday over at Truckers MP, and it actually did make me sad. It is one of the reasons why I decided to not stream the Gaming Friday this last Friday. So yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. But don't worry, I'm fine. I'm alive. So yeah, what happened there is not going to affect anything anything in my stream schedule, my art, and on DeviantArt and that stuff. Like I mentioned on the statement that I posted on Truckers MP last Friday, Oh, I think it's starting to rain outside. Awesome. Anyway, like I posted on the statement that I made on Truckers MP last Friday, nothing is really going to change as far as my streams go. Hang on a second. It is raining inside. I gotta close my window. I'll finish this thought in a sec. Hang on. Alright. Apparently there is a storm approaching. It is not raining very hard here yet, but I could hear heavy rain outside, off in the distance. I might have to close the window further. Hang on. Okay, sorry about the interruption. Wow, that is loud. Anyway, I had left a crack open on the window for fresh air to come in, but water was coming in. Anyway, so as I said on the statement that I left on that I posted on Truckers MP last Friday, nothing is really going to be changing as far as my live streams go and my art and even art. None of that is going to change. I'm still going to be keeping the Gaming Friday, the Chill Art Sunday, the White Truck Sim, which is my trucking stream of every Wednesday. I still do intend on bringing that back, but for now I am keeping it on hold. And yes, I will still be playing on Truckers MP. The only thing that I can actually say for sure will change is the game moderation streams. I only have ever done 2 of them in all of these years. That just goes to show you how little I cared for the attention and, let's say, power that my rank for Truckers MP kind of had, you know. I never really cared for that. But that's besides the point. So yeah, game moderation streams, those are never gonna happen again. So that's the one thing that is changing. Besides that, everything should about stay the same. Yeah. So anyway, let's get started, shall we? I'm gonna keep this. Actually, I will close this to free room on my taskbar. Let's open Microsoft Paint as always, because this is where I like to draw my sketches. The rain on my window is still very loud. It's also very windy outside. Okay, let me pick. Let's see. Let's begin the way I always do, by drawing a very quick doodle. And frick, there's a bit of dust on my tablet. I thought I had cleaned this. Oh, you know what? It must be because of the wind. There, that's better. The picture that I had in mind is kind of a comic. Just 2 frames. Let's see if I can remember my idea. There will be some dialogue, only 1 or 2 maybe. Whoa! Did you hear that? That was a very close by thunder. On that note, if the stream goes offline, do stick around for a few minutes, because one thing that usually happens when it is raining, especially when there's a lot of wind like today, is that the city in which I live in has a lot of trees everywhere. It is actually regarded as one of the cities in the country with the most amount of trees within the urban area, which is a great thing because it helps a lot to cool down the air and keep the air fresh. I love it. The one downside, however, is that a lot of those trees, they grow around a lot of power lines. So when it rains, and more specifically when it's windy, the wind shakes the trees, and very often those trees, they disrupt the power lines. So when it rains like it is happening today with wind specifically, one thing that is very common to happen is that power either starts to becomes unstable to the point where the computer reboots itself or shuts down, or it simply goes away completely. Either power or internet, and or both. So yeah, if the stream goes offline suddenly, stay around for a bit because it might have been interrupted because of a power failure, or just a loss of connection because of the weather. In any case, so yeah, stay a few minutes around. It should come back. If it doesn't come back, then power is just gone for good for a while. In which case, I'll try to post from my phone to let you guys know in the chat. Anyway, so the idea that I had does involve my dragon character Michael Braveheart. And he's actually the only character in both frames of this semi-sealed comic that I want to make. I'm trying to think how I want to draw him here. Alright, I think we are back. Yeah. So, about that thing that I have just alerted you guys about regarding my power fluctuating, flickering, and shutting down my computer because of the weather. It literally just happened. Give me a moment because I am having a couple difficulties on my end here now. Just a moment. Okay, that seems to be about right. Though this isn't right. Why? It should not be this way. I really hope that power surge has not damaged my capture device, because that should not be working. Anyway, let's bring the desktop back and let's start over. At least I haven't done actually any progress at all. Can hardly say I had even started. Alright, so I was saying that on this two-frame comic, we are gonna have Braveheart right here in frame. I haven't drawn any dragons in a very long time. I think this is one of the reasons why I am kind of reluctant about resuming works on that commission right away. As I have been saying for the past two Chill Art Sundays, I want to warm up a little, or a tad anyway, before I can fire on all cylinders again. And doing this is showing me that I actually do need that. Oh wow, I really do need to warm up. Yeesh. No, I don't think this is going as well as I have it in my mind. Yeah, ugh, no. This is looking awful. But fine, whatever, let's roll with this. Actually, you know what? Let's remove this frame. At this first frame, Braveheart is supposed to be very serious. His expression should display that he's paying very close attention to what he is being told. How am I going to draw the angle that I want here? Well, let's begin by what I always start with. His snout. His muzzle and snout. Actually, I was supposed to start right away with just a doodle and then work on the sketch. But by the looks of it, I am going straight into the sketch itself. I was not supposed to do this. Whatever. That's not too bad. All of this, however, is way too thick. I need to enable transparency. Yeah, that's better. Okay, next, let's see. I think we can continue with this line here and draw his right eye on that side. Anatomically speaking, this is not looking very well. But it's alright. This is not actually not supposed to be the sketch. This is supposed to be just a doodle. Yeah, and his eyes are supposed to be somewhat wide open because he's very attentive to what he is being told. Now, as for what he is being told, that is not really something that I actually have really planned out. So we'll work together on that when time for that comes around. I hope none of you are queasy about seeing blood, because I do intend on adding some blood to this picture. That is not something that I do often. Now he's got way too much of a chin. I'll fix that in a moment. Okay, let's sort out this chin situation here. Yeah, that's a bit better. For the doodle, this should do. Let's save before power goes out again. Michael, Art, Whip, or see Photoshop. I have no idea what to call this picture yet, so let's just give it a placeholder name. And the placeholder name is going to be, let's see, I'm trying to picture what... Hey Droxy, happy Sunday, welcome to the stream and thank you for joining. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I'm trying to picture what the final product should look like to have a general idea of what to call it. Even for the placeholder name, I am having a little trouble thinking of something. How about... I am doing okay. Could be better, but I am doing alright. Thank you. How about... Notice? No. That's too generic and simple. Even for a placeholder name. Yeah, whatever, let's go with notice. And there's a reason for that. And let's call this Scraps 01, as I usually always do. See, on this doodle, his face is not pointing in the direction that I actually want his face to point. The angle at which I am drawing this is also not the one that I want. So far, he's facing in this direction. while I actually want him to be looking more like in this direction, you know? But that's alright. If I can at least sort out his facial expression and the basic features of his face and stuff, then the actual anatomy and perspective, all of that stuff, I can figure it out later on the sketch. This here is supposed to be one of his horns. I haven't drawn this character in so long that draw of his horn is being a bit weird. Let's begin with this one, perhaps. Yeah, that horn looks very weird. Not at all how it is supposed to be. But, as I usually always say, basics first. The problem is not necessarily the horn itself, it's the angle of his face. And his head in general. When I see dragons, I always think of How to Train a Dragon Mission. Oh, of course I know that. It is one of my favorite movies. Though I still haven't watched the third movie. Only up to the second. I like how they gave Toothless a very cat-like behavior and mannerisms. After all, what are dragons but giant lizards with cat software, right? Okay. With that rain shower that we just had here, the air outside got very cold very quickly. Well, not very cold, but it got a lot cooler. I actually was not wearing a shirt because it was warm inside. Now I'm kind of cold. Give me a second here for me to put on my shirt. And yeah, sometimes I do live stream without a shirt because I do not have an air conditioner in my room and it's usually very hot in here. That is one of the reasons why I don't care about using Facecam. Anyway, let's see. Do I want his head to be... Alright, not his head, but do I want his neck to be straight and up or lower down as if he is talking with someone or looking directly at someone on the ground, someone smaller than him? That is not something that I had thought of. And that actually do matter. Because I can have him like maybe sitting, you know, tail there, legs. I can have him sitting and looking at someone who is smaller than him, talking, who's down there. I can have his neck kind of like this. And looking there straight down. Well, not straight down, but looking down at whoever is down there. Or I could have his neck curved down. Maybe not even sitting down, but standing. Yeah, if I have his neck down like this, well, not like this. This looks awful. You know, pretend that's his muzzle. Muzzle, not muzzle. Hey, Riptang, happy Sunday, welcome, and thank you for joining. Sorry I never messaged you again since last Thursday. I had some stuff of my own happen. Duckers. What's Duckers? But anyway, we could have him with his neck down. Ugh, I right-clicked by accident. Why I'm already streaming? Well, it's Sunday. It's already past 3 p.m. So yeah, I can have him standing. Legs kind of spread out. Though the idea is not to have his full body visible. No. And looking down, oh, this looks terrible. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this here, where he is standing, and just low, and just has his head and neck lowered down. No and yes, we moved back an hour last night. Oh, I see. I already knew that was coming, but I didn't know it was today. Though to be honest, my streams, I usually base them on the Eastern time and the DST time for that region. More specifically, whenever it is a specific hour in New York, it should be the same hour here. No, not New York times. Okay, in the United States, they still do not have DST not available in place. It is still 3:59 p.m., which is the same time as me. Though when the United States do go into DST, I will still have the same time here, but they will go back 1 hour, which means that instead of the Chill Art Sunday starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, it will start at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. I was opening the stream to watch from the start, and now I'm late. Check German time. Let's see. Berlin is the capital of Germany, right? Berlin. Beryllium. I think I just discovered a new element, guys. Berlin time now. 21, that's 9 p.m. Yes, that's 9 p.m. So 9 p.m. that's, and I have 4 now. That's another 4 hours, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, 5 hours. You are 5 hours ahead. You're usually 6 hours behind. Yeah, that's because Brazil no longer has daylight saving time, so we don't change our clocks anymore. And when we did, we didn't go back 1 hour. We went forward 1 hour. Yes, I love it. So yeah, Brazil used to go forward 1 hour, while the Northern Hemisphere, Germany, Britain, the United States, they go back 1 hour. That's why I was 6 hours ahead of you, whereas now I'm only 5 hours ahead. Which is the reason why, guys, I just said that when DST goes in full effort, no. When all of the Northern Hemisphere is into daylight saving time, that's why I said that the Chill Art Sunday will shift from 3 p.m. Eastern to 2 p.m. Eastern. It is not actually changing the time. I will still be starting the stream at 3 o'clock. It's just that for people in the Northern Hemisphere, it will be 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Or, in the case of Reptane, it will be a lot later than that. But yeah. But don't worry, I will adjust the schedules accordingly. So you will not be confused. At least I hope. Man, time zone should always be set in such a way that the sun is on the highest local position around 12 p.m. Agreed. Let's make a small change to this horn here. Not that this is necessary now, but it should help me visualize how the sketch is actually supposed to be like. The use sucks in that regard. Yeah, I can imagine. Let's move this further down a little bit so I can have a little more room to work with and save. Always remember to frequently save your progress. In my case today specifically, that is something that I should probably do more frequently today because of the weather. Okay, this is supposed to be his neck. Well, the back of his head first and then his neck. Now let's draw a line to define his underbelly. That's a very long neck. Dragons do have long necks, and this one also does, but that is way too long. Yeah, I'm still in doubt if I actually do want his neck to be like this, or instead curved like this, you know? Perhaps it might be best if I go with his neck curving down. So his head is actually, he's holding his head up. Well, not up, but you know, he doesn't have his head lowered to the ground. Although, because I kind of feel like at least part of one of his legs should be visible here. Part of one of his legs and therefore paws. You have the same time zone in the northwestern part of Spain as you have it in eastern Poland. Really? Spain is in the same time zone? Spain is all the way across the pond. Well, though to be honest, Brazil is so big that there are regions of Brazil that are closer to Canada and Africa than they are to Argentina. Believe it or not. And Argentina does share a border with Brazil. This country is huge. I kind of like the idea of having one of his paws showing like this. And of course, the idea being that he is he kind of has his legs stretched, or not stretched, open, while his neck is lowered so his head can be closer to the ground. Like this, you know? Well, not quite like this, with that leg. Actually, you know what? I should probably keep this here because it might prove useful. And there, that's his tail. Alright, let's put that over there, save, and let's see. Let's focus a little more on his expression here, because that is another thing that it will be very needed for me to get the sketch right. No, not there. Yeah, this should do. And of course, we can never forget about his very fluffy mane. Which, again, it doesn't have to be perfect right now, because this is just a doodle. It's essentially a sketch of the sketch. The sketch is where I have to get things right. This here is just to give me a general idea of how things should be. But it doesn't mean that I can just do it in whatever way, you know. It has to at least be close to be correct, the way the sketch should be. Yeah, there. That should do it for that. Save. And let's hide, well, not exactly hide, but let's change some of these colors here so it doesn't mix up too much with this mane. Yeah, there. Now that we mention it, I think the United States is going to go into daylight saving time next Sunday. I do remember I made a reminder on my phone for that. Let me see. I actually have no idea how to find the reminders on my phone. On Windows 10 Mobile, on my old Lumia, that was super easy. I guess I just ask. Show my reminders.
You have 2 tasks. Saturday at noon, U.S. Daylight Saving Time changing on November 5th. Clocks will go back 1 hour. December 3rd at noon, Dragon Appreciation Day is coming up. And just so you know, reminders are now in Google Tasks.
Okay, I guess it answered my question, even though I didn't ask where the reminders were. Okay, so November 5th, yes, next Sunday. So next Sunday, the short Sunday will be starting at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. And I had completely forgotten about Dragon Appreciation Day. I made it a reminder so I can remember to draw something for that date. (2,870 kilometers west-east, stretching the same time zone. But here's the question. Is it GMT -3 or GMT -4? Because the region of Brazil in where I live is actually GMT -3, while Brasilia, which is the capital of Brazil, is in GMT -3, which is 1 hour ahead of my state. GMT is old, use UTC. I mean, it's basically the same thing, isn't it? But yeah, same thing, so what's the difference? This snout is ugly, even for a simple doodle. Oh, that's 10 times better right away. Yeah, this eye is not right. Either one of these eyes is not right, but that's fine. Not a priority right now. It's interesting how much his expression changes with just this little line here. Look at that. Let's see how much more it will change if I erase part of this line art. Now he looks very curious, don't you think? He has a very curious expression, like, oh, what is this thing over here? You know? Now he just looks a bit serious slash kind of concerned. And of course, if I do this here, obviously he looks happy. This expression actually kind of reminds me of that meme. And I think I remember the actual name of the meme, but it's the meme with that guy. Actually, not the guy, Tom from Tom and Jerry. With his arms on his side. And there's a phrase, oh, you. Kind of like that, you know. His expression reminds me of Tom in that meme. GMT is a time zone, while UTC is not. Oh, I see. Well, in any case, the time zone is GMT -4 for my state. I am really not certain how I want his mouth to be. Yeah, probably let's stick with this. Yeah, that should be fine actually. Okay, let's save. Discord, I'm howling at the moon. Been sleeping in the middle of a summer afternoon. Discord, whatever did we do to make you take our world away? Let's check. Now Discord is in streamer mode. I no longer need that. Yes, that is one of them. That is the first one that I thought of. Yeah, the expression that I had drawn here that I was talking about reminded me of these two, but also the one with Tom from Tom and Jerry. Let me see if I can find that. Tom, oh you mean. No, not that. Not that, not that. These terms that I use are just too generic. It's too generic. I'm not gonna waste time now looking for that. Let's focus on this. There. I'm still not very good at drawing paws. So just pretend I am getting the anatomy right. Okay, save. Now, since this is supposed to be kind of Halloween themed, there is something that I gotta add here, which should be part of the final product. And yes, this is supposed to be blood. Hey, Oat Sponges! Happy Sunday! Thank you for joining the stream and welcome! No, unfortunately, at the moment I am not open for requests, only commissions. Actually, it's been years since the last time. Lights just flickered. It's been years since the last time that I did any requests. No, this here doesn't look very good. So yeah, as I just said, this is blood. And don't forget, this guy is a dragon after all. Dragons will be dragons. Now this doesn't have to be perfect now. I just need a general idea of what it is supposed to look like on the actual sketch. Though perhaps I should not have blood on this frame. Yeah, no, I won't. I'll add blood on the next frame. So basically UTC is used with a number added or subtracted, while GMT is just the specific time zone. For the UK, Greenwich near London is just the specific time zone for the UK. Oh, I just read that. Near London. So saying something like UTC -4 is correct, while GMT -4 is technically possible, but wrong. It's like saying CET minus 5. They should all just have one single terminology, to be honest. Hey, Rebel Outlaw! Happy Sunday, welcome, and thank you for joining. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Yep, it's UTC. Well, you say that, but everywhere I look, there's always a lot of people using a lot of different terms, which makes something as confusing as different time zones, which inherently are already confusing by nature, even more confusing than they should be. Okay, let's save. And now for the first bit of text that I want this picture to have, I didn't actually think or really plan out what I really want. The general idea for this small comic is that it is quite off character for Braveheart, but the idea here is that he had a job and he was let go. So I suppose we could say he's paying attention. He's being talked to by maybe the manager, a boss. UTC is global, while GMTC, TPP, etc. are all local, so UTC is the standard. I see. I'm sad, and you know why. As I said, chat that's just scrolled. Well, as I said to you on your forum page, but at least you are streaming, so I'm happy. I did the event today, and 30 minutes later I was so bored. I had to log out. Yeah, thank you, Rebel. Yeah, as I said at the start of the stream, again, I thank everyone on Truckers MP who left me those very heartwarming messages. I really was not expecting so much love. I really was not. It actually did catch me by surprise. So yeah, thank you so much, everyone. If I am gonna have him with his head lowered like this, it cannot be all that low. I know, right? Dragons are fantastic. That's what DAF stands for. You would think that the truck brand DAF would stand for something else, DAF, but no, it's actually Dragons are fantastic. Of course, I'm just kidding about that. Okay, so his head is supposed to be low like this, but not that low. This is almost on the ground, and whoever he's talking to is not really supposed to be that tiny. Everyone loves a friendly dragon, right? So do I. Okay, you know what? For this doodle, I'm gonna have to expand the canvas a bit more. And bring his leg forward a little more like this. And perhaps redraw this bit here. Okay. Now hide that. That's still not very good. If anything, this is actually worse. You know what? For the time being, let's forget about the legs. Regardless of the meme, this is a good song. That's why it is in this playlist. There. Actually, you know what? No, never mind. I thought about doing a thing here, but that's going to be unnecessary. Instead, this will do. Okay, so this rectangle will define the boundaries of the frame. Okay, now for the text, for the dialogue, there should be two pieces of text. One, or at least one actually. Primarily on the first frame. Actually no, two. One on the first frame and the second one obviously on the second frame. The only problem is that I haven't really thought of what this dialogue is supposed to say. Braveheart himself will not be saying anything. It's just whoever is talking to him. I just have a somewhat general idea of what I want the text to say, but I don't actually know what. Give me a moment while I think. Actually, I will have Braveheart say something. One small line, and I think I know what I want the first text to say. How about, you know what, instead of freehand drawing the writing, I'm going to type it. It's going to be a lot easier. I know you enjoy your job here, but perhaps no. But lately you've been enjoying it way too much. We cannot have you going around dispatching customers? No. Actually, yeah, maybe. Dispatching bad customers. Again, this is out of character for Braveheart. But, I don't know, just a silly idea I had for Halloween. Dispatching bad customers in such a manner. We're giving you another chance, but you have to promise to be more careful. No, hold on, no. But you must see, I don't want the text on the first frame to give away the outcome of the second frame. How do I phrase this in a way that will not spoil what's to come? I know you enjoy your job here, but lately you've been enjoying it way too much. We cannot have you going around dispatching bad customers in such a manner. We're giving you another chance, but you cannot do that anymore. Will you? Yeah, that should work. That is way bigger than I thought it would be. It's alright though. It is alright. There. And now I will reuse this same frame for to be the second frame. Actually, I just thought of a change for this text. Let me write it again. Delete that. I know you enjoy your job here, but lately you have been enjoying it way too much. I know it's Halloween. I know it's Halloween. But we cannot have you going around dispatching bad customers in such a manner. Yeah, let's try this. I know you enjoy your job here, but lately you've been enjoying it way too much. I know it's Halloween, but we cannot have you going around dispatching bad customers in such a manner. We're giving you another chance, but you cannot do that anymore, will you? Yeah, there we go. That should be a good enough setup for the next frame. Save, and let's move over to the next frame. Let's remove this into this. And I am going to redraw his face, more specifically his mouth. Actually, I don't have to change that color. I can just instead use blue. Dabadi-dabada. Yeah. Let's give this big guy a very big and preferably scary grin. I haven't drawn a dragon grinning in a very long time. Let's see if I can still make it. No, not quite like that. This might work. I don't know about you, but I think this green, his face looks kind of goofy right now. And I like it. Oops. I think this here will have to be just one straight line, no curves. Yes? No, not yet anyway. Let's keep it like this for now. Now for his lower lips. If this is going to be a big green, then I need his jaw to be open. Well, not really open, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to use the curve tool for this. No, no. That's not good. You know what? Let's draw the chin first. That'll give me a better reference. Yeah, I think drawing the chin was a very good help. Drawing the chin first was a very good help. Though I think I will have to redraw it later. Maybe very shortly, actually. And perhaps bump up his snout a little bit. Bring it up a bit. And draw a few wrinkles on his muzzle.
All our thoughts, all we feel, one's a north strapped in steel, something more, something real, threaded code cord on a wheel that spins an algorithmic tapestry of what it thinks we have to be, a Frankenstein of fragments, fractal pattern personalities, imitations, flattery, perhaps that's why you wired it in, the parlor trick to keep the systems ticking whilst they're idling, so can it be that deep inside there's more than code to find with.
Okay, so far his face looks rather goofy, but let's make it a bit creepy. And the trick for that, is getting his teeth, his chompers, done correctly. And let's see if I will be able to pull that off. First, I will copy all of this. And let's remove everything except the blue lines. this is enough. Copy that, and let's keep that in the clipboard. Now let's use the color red to distinguish what I'm going to be drawing now from the rest. Let's begin with his fangs. He's a dragon, so he has some very big fangs. I might have to open his mouth a little more. Maybe. Or maybe not, actually. No, this needs to be better, even for just a doodle. Actually, the problem is with this here. This tooth is throwing me off on the others. Not gonna lie, draw dragon teeth is actually fun. It actually is fun. I don't know why, but it is fun. Let's draw the fang on the other side. There we go. Jesus Christ, those teeth are ginormous. Okay, let's paste this on top of them. There. Actually, you know what? Let's copy this and remove the black and gray lines and keep the red, because I want to draw the lower teeth using a different color, and I do want the line art to intersect with these over here. So having them be different colors will help a lot in keeping things separated. Let's use orange. And now here. Hang on, I think this fang needs to be a little wider. Well, not that wide. Yeah, I would definitely have to redraw his mouth a little bit. But that's alright. First, let's get these teeth done properly. Or as properly as they have to be on a simple doodle. There we go. Now let's paste this on top. His chin also has to be a little wider. Over here, the thing that goes on the other side. Right. Next, next I will copy all of this. Oops, that's not the selection tool. Remove the gray. Nice. Now, I'll remove the blue as well. I just need the teeth. Oh god. Actually, no, it's the other way around. I need a mouth. Let's use pink and draw his gums. And I think it's too bright. Let's use purple. No, that's too dark. Yeah, let's use green. Yeah, there we go. Just so I can more easily distinguish these new lines from all others. I don't think I am doing this right, but whatever. That'll be sorted on the actual sketch. Alright, let's paste this back on top to cover up any lines that are not supposed to be in front of the mouth, and save. And let's convert those blue lines into gray, so it should be easier for me to draw over them without messing up anything. Here, let's begin with the chin. Let me zoom out a little bit so I can better see what I am doing. Only 10 p.m. Isn't that better? Not as late anymore. Has been dark since 5 p.m. Oof. Well, it makes sense. After all, it is almost winter over there. Welcome to northern latitudes. Still, could be worse. Imagine living close to the North Pole. There are areas there that is only daytime once every year. Once or twice or something like that. There are regions it is always day even, all year long for a while. Not quite? Well, to be fair, I don't really know much of northern geography. Near the poles, you have a 6-month-long day followed by 6-month-long nights. Yeah, that's what I meant. It must be very bizarre to be midnight or 2 in the morning and have the sun very up high as if it were midday. Alright, let's save this. The chin needs a little further work maybe, but this is supposed to be just a doodle, so I won't bother. Let's do some cleaning up. I need the teeth once again, and just the teeth. Right?
I'll just do some corrections manually. The winter sun on the poles still goes down, but just not below the horizon. Wow, it still must be rather bizarre.
And it won't go away. I'm on top of the world singing out my love for you.
And I don't want to go away. Got a passion to go that distance all for you. And every pony saying
Let's see what else here.
but I do it all again. If it means I can be there by your side and be there till the end.
Now we remove some of these lines because they are not supposed to be. Actually, no, I'm stupid. They are supposed to be visible. They're just supposed to be curved a little differently. Though I need. What do I need? I need money. No, I need this new jaw. Other way around as well. Winter sun never raises over their horizon, but it does get a bit more lighter at 2:12 p.m. Yeah, it must be so bizarre. That is something that I would like to see in person someday. Probably not live in those areas because it's too cold for me. But I'd like to visit. Okay, now we copy this. And let's keep doing some erasing around. Same, right? Yeah. If I increase the size of this eraser, it will be a lot easier to clean up these lines here. Okay, for this frame I don't need that brown there, or this gray. Nice. Now, oh, wait a second. I need to do a little more cleaning up on this over here before I can reuse it. There we go. These are quite nice thing to have. Yeah, sometimes I wish we had some proper seasons over here. Brazil is a mess in any way you look at it. Even the weather is messy. Not as much on the southern region, because that region is closer to the South Pole, but everything else is rather messy. When it's summer, you get some very cold days. That's seemingly random. When it's supposed to be cold, it's hot, very hot. It's messy. You mean messy or messy? Messy. Yeah, I see what you did there. But yeah, it's a mess. Ah, crap, I erased a little more than I should. Way more than I should, in fact. Oh my god, I hate when this happens. There. Let's do some dental work on these chompers. Just need to erase a few pixels. That's nice. Erase that. And make a little change here. Nice. Oop, no, don't do that, Mike.
Yeah, I think this is about right.
Now let's save and let's change all of these colors over to black. Ah, hold up. Before I do that, let me see if I can make this here a little better. What do you mean, messy? Would you believe if I told you that I am a Brazilian who does not like soccer? I do not. Nor soccer nor football. Whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I think the eye also needs to be changed a bit. I'm German and I don't like it either. Yeah, I see no point in that sport. I mean, sure, it's a sport. Maybe I wasn't right in saying that I see no point in the sport. What I mean is that I don't see a point in soccer players being paid so much money for just chasing a ball around and trying to put it inside a goal. Sure, it may take some skill, but I mean, seriously, millions of dollars every year, actually monthly, that is just way too much money. That is an unnecessary amount of money. And not just soccer, mind you. The same should apply for every sport. Maybe not as much to sports that involve physical risk to the player. Like football, please, also hand egg. Hand egg? Hand egg? I'm not sure I am familiar with that. I know what handball is. But anyway, maybe not as much for sports that involve physical... not physical damage, physical risk to the people involved, like racing, for example. Racing, I think it should be fine for the racers to be paid a lot of millions, because racing is something that can be very dangerous, and besides, the sport itself is a very expensive one. Each one of those racing cars, Formula 1 or whatever other type of racing, they are really expensive. The cars themselves, and then you have all the personnel involved with the maintenance of those. They should be very well paid as well, because their work can save or end a life, literally. AKA what Americans call football. Oh, I get it. Oh, I get it. Hand egg. The ball, because it is sort of shaped like an egg. Oh, I should have figured that out earlier. And you play it with your hand. Yep. So yeah, the sports that actually do involve risk of death to the physical risk, let's put it that way, to the players, those I'm fine with them being paid a lot of money. But ones that don't, like soccer/football, nah, that's just stupid. All of that money would be way more better spent on something like the local fire department. Hand egg, hand egg. Yeah, the local salt mine. What? Why the local salt mine?
Okay, now I would change all of this to black.
After I do another correction here. There.
Anyway, now I would change everything to black. For sure, for real.
Now let's pick orange, green, and last but not least, blue. I know you enjoy your job here, but lately you've been enjoying it way too much. I know it's Halloween, but we cannot have you around dispatching bad customers in such a manner. We're giving you another chance, but you cannot do that anymore, will you?
I won't.
Change that to black. Should I have the this here or there? Or should I have it over here? And 3 dots there for the boss. There. Save this. And this is where the blood is supposed to be. I can't type old sponges, but to type in the chat is a bit cumbersome for me because I have to interrupt what I'm doing here. That is one of the reasons why I use the microphone on the streams. Okay, so here's where the blood goes. Maybe not as dark, but not as bright either. And again, this is just a doodle to give a general idea of how all of this should look like on the final sketch. And his teeth are supposed to be full of blood also. Though, spoiler alert, it's not his blood. I'm not too sure how to do this quite properly though. At least not in a way that seems natural.
Taking your time to wake up. What kind of time to make up? There's nothing dragging on you. You were in school for real. Didn't you know the deal? Don't you lose your head. Lying in your bed. Thinking Bonnie is dead. Bonnie is dead. Don't you lose your smile.
Almost done.
Make it worth your while. Giddy up, race horse number 5. Wing by those sunset skies forever. You better do something clever about dreaming on.
I might have to redraw that thing over there, but I won't bother with that right now. Actually, at all, possibly, because it's just a doodle. It doesn't have to be perfect right now. Okay, let's paste this on top. And let's give some color to some of these areas, so I can have a better idea of where exactly the blood is.
Some trace still lingers in the air, and speaking softly you can hear wonder in your lonely voice. You are presented with a choice, a dash of color in your eye, flash of magenta in the sky. Tells you as words fall off.
A little more over here.
Time will come along again. Reality is coming all undone. But maybe you can save someone if you learn how to have some fun in your own world and raise the sun. So Pegasus keep singing that old song. Splash of color and it's gone, but not for you and not for long.
Let's add a little bit more here. And why not some blood dripping? But first, I forgot to finish this area here. Oops. There we go. Let me copy this, save once again. Ugh, crap. I was not supposed to right click. No, not that. I should probably add some here as well. Actually, let's go with one single line going all over. It's alright that I have run this red line over all of the black lines because I did copy everything before I drew this. So all of the black lines that are being covered by the red lines that are not supposed to be covered, they will be restored. Yeah, maybe one drip here.
Okay. Yep. Wait.
Where's the leakage? There.
Yeah, just to have a general idea of what this might look like when done. Yeah, there we go. And let's save. Though, of course, as a doodle, I would not have colors on this thing. It does not need any. But yeah, that's the basic idea, and I should probably kind of like try to draw a background that looks like a store. Have some pumpkins around, perhaps. I know you enjoy your job here, but lately you've been enjoying it way too much. I know it's Halloween, but we cannot have you going around dispatching bad customers in such a manner. We're giving you another chance. But you cannot do that anymore, will you? I won't. Opens a very big green, a very bloody green, with blood that is not his. Okay. So this is it for the doodle. I will take a quick bathroom break, and when I get back, I will get started on the actual sketch for this. And you know what? Despite my concerns that the doodle was not coming out well enough, good enough, I mean, it is actually quite alright. But of course, everything will be perfected, as much as I possibly can do, on the actual sketch. Anyway, be right back.
Won't you come and see? Hey, come along with me and find a piece of shade beneath the tree of harmony and shelter from the rain. And you can bring your cane and everybody singing songs of better days still yet to be. So won't you come and see? Hey, come along with me and sit down in the shade beneath the tree of harmony and shelter from the rain and put away your pain and everybody singing songs of better days still yet to be.
Alrighty, and I am back. Let me date this and then get started on the sketch. October 29th, 2023, Sunday. There we go. Now let's expand this canvas by a bit and save this as another file. Let's call it workshop. Why workshop? Because this is where I'm going to be drawing everything. It's where I'm going to be working. As usual, let's begin with a circle. That should do it. I just made it worse. Let's draw a sort of rectangle here for his muzzle. For his muzzle and jaw. Okay. Now this for his horns. Mhm. And one line here for the neck. Okay. Okay. Let's copy this, send over to here, and let's use this window of Paint as the progress sheet. What's up, Riptane? I'm gonna set up my RPI as a firewall level ad blocker. What's an RPI? I probably should know that. Could really sick of ads blasting my eardrums. Oh, Raspberry Pi. Still, could be worse. Let's bring this a little closer so I can be able to see this doodle. Maybe up a little bit. All right, let's begin. As always, begin with the muzzle. I actually think I'm going to start with the snout. Let's start over. It's not. You know what? I'm going to use the curve tool. Yeah, that helps. Riptane, you talking about your Raspberry Pi? Although unrelated, for some reason it made me want to go play games on RetroArch. Which, by the way, guys, I am planning to do a special Halloween stream this next Tuesday, October 31st. Preferably at 6 PM Eastern Time if I can. If not, then at the usual 7 o'clock. And I plan on playing a bunch of Halloween horror games in general for Halloween. Most of them are actually very new games for very old computer systems from the 80s, such as the ZX Spectrum, the Commodore 64, the Amiga, those systems, and the Microsoft MSX, and a few others. I never played those games with the exception of one of them, which I actually beat on stream last September, but they seem to be interesting and fun. But we'll find out together. We streamed some Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition last Monday. Nice! I have barely touched that game. I gotta do it sometime soon. Got rated by... Yikes. Your viewers or his viewers? German 1 as well. Well, at least you were basically at home. But wow, 350, that's a lot of viewers. I wish I could get even half of that consistently on my streams. He is obviously. I thought so. But still, 350, that's quite a bunch. Now, unlike with the doodle, when I was drawing that and constantly saying that it didn't have to be perfect, it could be just somewhat close to what the final sketch should look like, because I just need that as a reference. Unlike with that, this here, the sketch, this one has to be as perfect as I can make it. So with this here, I am going to spend a lot.
Hydrate.
By
Gotta
Jesus.
keep hydrated.
That scared me for some reason. But that's a good idea. I actually needed the water. Yeah, let's not bother with that line for now. Let's focus on drawing the rest first. Let's save. What can I do with 140,000 channel points? You see, that's kind of a problem. I can't think of anything interesting to add to my channel as rewards for dragon tokens. The few options, the few more different options there were, I disabled them because they didn't work out very well. Draw me something 70 times, Jesus Christ, no. Oh, that's a lot. By the way, Old Sponges, I don't know if you are still watching, but you have been asking about requests. That's kind of one way you can get me to draw you something, though it should be something very simple. Though it is only available on Twitch, of course, and you are watching on Picarto. But over my channel on Twitch, you can earn dragon tokens, and you can redeem them for an option called Draw Me Something. And with that, you can ask me to draw you something very simple, a quick doodle, and I'll do it for free. The downside of watching on Twitch is that you have ads, which, as far as I am aware, and I could be wrong on that, you don't have on Picarto. The downside of watching on Picarto, even though you don't have ads, is that the experience is overall a little more limited and occasionally laggy, because this is still an experiment to multi-stream on both platforms. You don't have channel points. I don't think I can set up emotes, custom emotes either, and a few other limitations that Twitch does not have. Can I get this eye done right? That would be fantastic. Yeah, it will need corrections later, but later. Let's give him a couple nostrils. Basics first.
Sometimes I think it's all I'm good for. I'm hoping this is worth the wait.
Now, those eyes are way too close together. Let's move this one a bit. Yeah, that seems better. Let's now draw his lower jaw. That can be a lot better. Oh yeah, this is already looking much better. See how easy it is to draw and erase lines in Paint? I don't even need to switch tools to do that. Hello, and David! Thank you so much for the sub. Happy Sunday and welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. I just don't know where that sub is coming through or from, because as far as I know, it is not supposed to be the animation of a zombie. That's not what I set up. I might have to look into that later. But what was? Okay, this eraser is now too tiny. It was supposed to be a zombie animation. I'll give it a pass, just because it's almost Halloween. And I am working on a Halloween pick today. But I don't even know where that's not donation, sub came through. There's no notification on Twitch. Though, to be honest, even after all of these years, I am still a noob when it comes to how Twitch works. You would think that by now I'd be a master, know everything, but nope. Heck, I can't even tell how many months a sub is for.
Sometimes I wish that you just hated me. That might be easier to bear than being perfectly inadequate when no one needs.
Okay, for starters, this is good. Let's save. Ash! Hello! Happy Sunday, welcome and thank you for joining. I hope you're doing well. That is no problem at all. To be honest, for the past 3 months, except for the last 2 Sundays, I didn't do a single Chill Art Sunday. So in that regard, you didn't really miss anything, unless you were referring to my other shows. Noob. Alright, let's now draw.
A time has just been redeemed for 100 dragon tokens. Time to play an ad.
Well, you heard the voice. Here goes. Boop. Riptide loves ads. And of course, I am being sarcastic. Okay, this horn is... yeah, I don't like it.
I think it's going to be easier if I draw the left horn first.
No, I don't want to buy your shampoo, thank you.
Hydrate. Gotta keep hydrated.
I will.
Now, right now, I am not drawing this. I am from Brazil, Rebel. Right now, I am not drawing this horn on the correct position, but that's alright. If I can get its shape, its anatomy done properly, I can very easily move it to the correct position. And then, I will be able to get everything else done more properly. Hi Ash, thank you for dropping by. Well, look on the bright side, Ash. You have a job, you make money. I don't. I'm still unemployed. Though to be fair, to be honest, even if I were employed and making money on a job, I would still have no money. Because ever since I started working when I was a teenager, I always gave away all of my money to help with the expenses of the house. Pay bills, buy food, that sort of stuff. I only ever managed to keep a very tiny fraction of any money that I made on my job. And even still, even then, I would still have to take away from my savings account to complement on the house, because we would still run thin on money. And not because we were not making enough. No, it's because my mother always spent way too much money on everything. To have your own family makes it wholesome. Yeah, I mean, by the age that I am now, I should have long ago left home and started a life of my own. And actually, a few years ago, I had the financial chance to do that. But at the time, I thought it would be best if I stayed around, because both my parents, they were aging. My dad is now almost 97 years old, believe it or not. His birthday is coming up next 24th of November. And my mother is now is in her 60s. So I judged it would be best to stay around in case they needed. So I stayed around. And I regret doing it, because living with my mother is impossible. Always has been. She's the reason why I now have depression and I have to do therapy with a psychologist and a psychiatrist and take medication for depression, and that's fun. So yeah, because of her, even though I did think of her well-being as well when I made the decision to sacrifice my life, essentially, I regret doing that. But now, even if I had the financial opportunity to move away and away from her, which is what I need, even my psychiatrist and psychologist said that I will only get better, actually better, if she's no longer in my life. Even if I had the chance now, I would be unable to do it because, well, she is now incapacitated because of a thing she has in her legs. She cannot work anymore. Not that she worked before, but at least before she was capable of doing it. She just didn't do it because she didn't want to. But in any case, that's besides the point. The point is, even if I could move away now and afford to do so, I now would be unable to, because I cannot simply leave her to her own devices the way she is. And we don't have the money to put her on a house for elderly people or something like that. So yay, I'm stuck with her. But in any case, going back to what I was talking about,
giving away my money to help with the family ever since I started working. I mean, it only seemed logical. I live here, I eat from the food, from the same food as them. It's not my house to begin with. So yeah, it was the right thing to do, I believe, and it was the next best thing, because what would be the option? Pay rent? So yeah, in a way, safe to say that I have always paid rent while living here with my parents in the same house. Or should I say, my parents' house. Or more specifically, my father's house. Because the house is in his name. So yeah, it's not like... I may be a grown-up man living with his parents still. But I've never done it for free. Even getting someone to a care home in the UK is very expensive. Yeah, and you cannot even begin to imagine how expensive that is over here. And what I'm about to say will probably sound shocking to you guys, but the truth is, and I have plenty of reasons to be this way, and I don't like that it is this way. But truth is, I actually don't like my mother, but that's because of the way she has always treated me ever since I was a little child. And I still care for her well-being, and that is another thing that annoys me because I rather not, but I do. But in terms of love, she killed that when I was still a kid. So yeah, live with her is very, very difficult. She is a very difficult person. And I started saying that to give a teeny tiny bit of context. It's an extremely long and complicated history. The reason why I don't feel love for her as I should, I mean. And why I said, you guys probably might find it to be shocking for me to say that, because I mean, what kind of person says they don't love their mother, right? Mother is like a sacred thing. Well, unfortunately, not mine. Well, clean them, Riptide. But yeah, at the same time, you might think, what kind of person does not love their mother? You also have to bear in mind, my mother is a person who my entire life, ever since I was a kid, I literally grew up hearing her say that... Let me see if I can translate her phrases into English. There's 3 specific things that she always told me ever since I can remember. Number 1, and the main thing is, you cannot have the things you wish for. It makes more sense in Portuguese, but that's the basic gist of that phrase. And another one was, shut up, because even quiet, you are always wrong. And number 3, your rights only start when mine end. So at the same time, you might think, what kind of person does not love their mother? Then I must ask you, what kind of mother says those things to the child? The job of a mother, any parent really, is to incentivize the child to reach out for greatness. Instead of saying that you cannot have the things you wish for, shut up, you are always wrong, and your rights only begin when mine end, should be the complete opposite. A parent should be saying that you should strive for the things you wish. If you want to be an astronaut, go for it, work for it, I'll help you. Instead of you saying, Mom, I wish to be an astronaut. Shut up, you're wrong, you cannot be an astronaut. You cannot do that, you're not capable of doing it. You know. Yeah, thanks. I was not really supposed to be telling you guys these things. So I just let my tongue a little loose. But every single one of those things, they are actually real, are things that happened. But yeah, and that is why I have so many problems nowadays. I generally believe that relationships between two people always work well in two ways, where the person respects you and you respect the person. Exactly, that is how it should always be for any relationship. Actually, a few times ago, I even made a couple posts saying that whenever you are in a toxic relationship, if you have the chance to leave it, no matter how much it might hurt, it's best that you do abandon that toxic relationship, and regardless of who this relationship is with, a parent, a wife, a girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever, it is just not healthy. And another thing that I always say is that respect must be mutual. I said this plenty of times on live streams also. Respect must be mutual. You must respect others, and others must respect you. In other words, as I have learned from my father, who learned from his father, who learned from the Bible as far as I am aware, you must treat others in the same way you wish to be treated by them. So if you want to be treated well, treat others well. At least that's how things should be. They should be a bright copper color. Instead, they're greenish rusty. That usually happens because of humidity, right? Now I am not entirely sure how I'm going to draw the neck here. The proportions seem to be a bit off. Let's take a look at that. Ew! I know when copper wires get like this, or just metal stuff in general, it doesn't just look bad, it also feels bad. It leaves stuff on the fingers. It is indeed gross. I used to, when I was younger, I used to wear a pendant around my neck, and that thing would very frequently get very nasty and also leave green marks on my neck. I like green, but that green, I did not care for it. It smells bad, it tastes bad. Why are you tasting the chords? Or the strings, I mean. I've heard of tasting music before, but good tasting music before, but that's just ridiculous. Alright, let's try this neck now. Because finger on strings while playing, then finger mouth. Why would you put your fingers in your mouth right after touching something so filthy? Now that's just disgusting. Wash your hands. It's a rust test. But why? Put your fingers in your mouth after touching it. Does this bad? New strings are needed. I see. Well, that's one methodology I would rather avoid myself. Okay, Riptane, no problem. Let's save. I haven't saved in a while. Alright, so let's draw the line that should define his underbelly. Yeah, that seems about right. Now that's a lot of neck that we don't need, but it's best to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. That's one of the reasons why I want to have a gun. Hey, welcome back, Riptane. Alrighty, let's begin working on his face for now. Let's save this to the progress sheet and then work on his face. Enable transparency and save. I might have to redraw this eye a little bit. Let's work on it. Actually, no, let me begin with his snout. His snout needs some work here. I'm going to use the color red. And the curve tool. Let's make his snout a little rounder, but also a little more pronounced. Okay, I need zoom here. Once I have the sketch for the first panel of the comic fully done, make the second one should be a breeze, because all I have to do is just redraw this section only. And that should be a lot easier and quicker. I suppose, no, this needs to be a little more curved. Maybe a little closer to the eye. No, let me use the curve tool. Yeah, I think that's better. Though I do believe I will have to redraw this part over here a little later. But for now, it will do just fine. Let me bring this a little closer to that sketch so I can zoom in more and still be able to see both. To see and work on both. There. Now, mouth-wise, let's redraw the nostrils. Let's begin with this one here. Let's make them better. No, not quite. Yeah, let's leave it like that for now. It is not correct yet, but I'll fix that later. I'll have to remove the black line art first to have a better view of what I'm doing there. There. Okay, now for the mouth, I'm going to use the curve tool. It could be a little more curved over here. Not quite like that. Let me try freehanding this. That's close. That's close to how this should be. Let's patch using the color blue now. That way I can very easily erase all of the lines that are not supposed to be here without erasing all the stuff that is not supposed to be erased. Yeah, that should do it. Let's reinforce this blue line and then erase the black and the red. Oh, by the way guys, remember last Sunday when I said I wanted to draw a pumpkin and a skull using ZX Spectrum graphics, using that program that I found? I actually went on ahead and did that. Let me show you. Hang on, I'll have to switch scenes here. Just a moment. See those pumpkins on the corner of the screen there, right next to the little dragon? So those are the ones that I drew last Sunday. But the ones that I wanted are these over here. Though I kind of want to redraw that and try again to try and make it better. But I probably will not be doing that today. Anyway, let me switch back to the art stream here. But yeah, regardless if I draw that again or not, that little pumpkin and skull overlay is what I pretend to be using on the Halloween special next Tuesday. There we go. That is looking better. But it can be even better. Let's see, what is wrong here? There's a couple things wrong. Either his snout is too wide or too tall. Possibly wide. Let's try doing this. Yeah, it was too wide. And this helps. Let's bring this curve a little closer to the front.
Patrons bark and angels jeer. The band plays loud and they don't hear. All they love is black and white. Don't see the color of the light.
I am in the process of making a mistake here.
With crimson shovels digging holes.
What if that right nostril is like a tad bit downwards to make it a bit isometric? You're talking about this one here, right? Yeah, I'm still going to adjust that. But yes, it does need to be a little lower down. You know, let's move it now. There. Any further adjustments I will do later after I finish his upper lip over here. Because as I just said, it is kind of in the... I am kind of in the process of making a mistake, but I won't know for sure once I finish this. It reminds you of Black Sabbath? Really? Isn't Black Sabbath a heavy metal band? This is what, jazz? No, that's not jazz. What style is this? I know. It's blues. It's blues. Because, like, if the nostrils are aligned, they've got this dislocated nose. Yeah. But yeah, I might still have to work on them a little more later. After all, I am still on the early stages of the sketch. Being that a Black Sabbath song, I don't think I can play that on stream, Reptane, because of copyrights. But I'll check later. Unless it is not copyrighted. Okay, let's finish this up and then erase some of this blue to see if what I did here is indeed a mistake or an improvement. It is, just for later. Alright, I'll check later. Okay, let's take a look. That's actually not bad, though it still needs a little bit of adjusting. See, this curve here, it needs to be a little smoother, or not smoother, softer. And also go back a little more. This should do it. There, let's try this. Oops. Yeah, that's way better. I'll keep it. Let's work on his chin now, because his chin is a bit funky. Let's get the anatomy of his chin done properly. There we go, that should do the trick. And just reinforce the line. What graphics card do you have, out of curiosity? Currently I am still sporting a GTX 1060. But I have already run into some performance issues with that card. Like, for example, I discovered during my playthrough of The Legend of Spyro Dawn of the Dragon that this card is not really capable of playing the game and encoding for a live stream at the same time. I had so many crashes when I did that, and very bad ones, to the point where even the stream itself crashed. And I had to restart everything but the computer. So yeah, I feel like an upgrade, the need for an upgrade on the GPU is drawing far closer than I initially thought. Then again, I've had this card for probably at least 10 years. It still works well, but it is starting to show the signs of its age in terms of performance on some games. Even Phasmophobia, the last times that I played, I started to notice a few struggles. In Minecraft, forget about it. Even without shaders and with Optifine active, I still get low frame rate when I am in my house, which is not something that I had in older versions that were far less demanding. I can run it fine. Well, you tell that to Minecraft. But yeah, you would think it should be more CPU bound, but apparently not really the latest versions. My CPU is a Ryzen 5 5600, Ryzen 5 5600X. I mean, sure, I do have a lot of stuff around my base, but I mean, what would be the option? Not have the stuff that I need in my base? This PC and graphics card should be able to handle it. Yeah, it should be. And you know, one of the reasons why I do blame the performance of the graphics card in regards to Minecraft, the reason for that is because whatever older version I run... Oh, that's my dad. Sorry. Whatever older version of Minecraft that I run, I mean, the older the version of Minecraft that I run, the better the performance is. Even in the exact same map, in the exact same place, with the exact same stuff around. That's why I blame it on the graphics card, and not the CPU. Then again, even if it was a problem with the CPU, the CPU's performance, I mean, I've had this card for 10 years. Actually, it might be over 10 years. I don't remember exactly when I got it. That's a long time. That's a long time for anyone to be sporting the same hardware. Yeah, I'll tell him later that you guys heard him singing and you said hello. Wanna try Cities Skylines 2? Oh, heck no. As far as I am aware, that game is quite demanding. Okay, this here seems to be fine. Let's do some improvements now on his muzzle. So yeah, performance issues because of my graphics card not being as capable anymore. Well, it's not the card is not capable, it's that most stuff nowadays are just simply more demanding than the card is really capable of. But in any case, that for the sake of argument, the performance limitations are one of the reasons why I usually stick to just playing older games on my streams. There's that, and also the fact that I have no money for better games, for better/newer games. Like seriously, I'm still missing all of the new DLCs for American Truck Simulator and Euro Truck Simulator that have been released in the past few months, because they are just too expensive for in my region, and I have no monies. I missed all of the events related to those DLCs also. RTX 40, Jesus. That powerful GPU for a 40 FPS game, that's just simply absurd. And like, I would like to be able to upgrade my graphics card to something like at least an RTX 3060, but not because I want the latest in terms of power. It's just because since these things are so usually expensive in my country, I always take a very long time to be able to afford anything. So I'm the kind of person who has no choice but to still run the same hardware for a decade. So the reason why I want something as top of the line as I can possibly afford, which is not saying much, is because I need stuff that should be able to serve me well for another decade. Yeah. There's this classic meme I'm sending in Tavern. Let's take a look. Game developers then. Let's zoom in. I coded Roller Coaster Tycoon entirely in assembly, so it can run on most machines. We made a shooter game that only takes up 97,280 bytes of space. Try out our new game. First few levels are free shareware. Minimum requirements? So long as your computer can turn on. AAA game developers now. Sorry, we can't work on fixing the game. One of our employees keeps stealing breast milk from the female employees. Our game is 500 gigabytes. You don't need to play any other games, right? Also, there is a 50 gigabyte supplement patch. Optimization? Just get a better PC, bro. You need at least next gen to play without our game crashing. Our single player game is always online because F you, that's why. Isn't that the truth? I'm laughing, but I am also crying. Oh man, but yeah, isn't that the truth? I mean, seriously, there is a demo, just to mention an example, there is a demo of Doom, freaking Doom, for the ZX Spectrum, a computer system that even back in its own day it was considered to be an underpowered machine. And someone somehow is managing to cramp Doom and make it run on the ZX Spectrum. That just goes to show you how a well optimized code and well written code, how far it can take you.
Let's sing a song full of hope.
And yeah, the game developers nowadays,
Sing along, my friend.
they care more about the game looking pretty than actually running well.
Never strong.
Cyberpunk is a great example of that.
Memories like this never end.
I mean, I never played it, nor am I really interested in playing Cyberpunk, but I sure do know the memes. And jokes aside, I am aware of the performance issue the game, at least at launch, had, as well as the incredibly big system requirements. Heck, my computer would not be able to run that game. Not decently anyway, at least I don't think so. CPU wise, maybe, possibly, but GPU wise, And again, going back to what I was talking about in regards to what I look for on an upgrade for my GPU, I also don't care for RTX. Again, I just want something that should serve me well for another decade. Because God knows when I'm gonna be able to upgrade again. If at all. I don't really think it's more about pretty, but it's more about game devs milking as much money from customers while having a game infested with bugs and terrible optimization. That is also part of the problem. Cyberpunk, when it started out, was very, very buggy. Yeah, I remember. And honestly, that part about the game being single player but online only, that's another thing so incredibly stupid. But you know what is even more stupid? Games that have online multiplayer only. So you spend an arm and a leg on the game, and if your internet goes down or their servers go down for some reason, you are completely unable to enjoy the game that you paid a lot of money for. And that is really stupid. And to make things even more stupid, eventually, usually in just a few years' time, like a handful of years literally, they stop support for the game and shut down the service so the game cannot be played anymore at all, no matter how hard you try. And all that money you spent buying the game, and then the microtransactions, that's another thing, all gone. And on the off chance they decided to release a remaster of the game or something like that in the future, you have to rebuy everything all over again. And paying an even bigger premium, mind you. I bought Rainbow Six Siege. I can't play competitive mode because they think my phone number is dodgy when it's not. Sorry, for some reason I just found that rather amusing. Complain about the phone number. That's a new low. I am patching this muzzle way too much. It is not usually a very good sign when I patch and repatch so many times like this. I have a GTX 960, 2GB plus an i7 7700K. You know what's funny? The 7700K was still a really good CPU just a couple years ago. Then suddenly it became considered to be obsolete almost overnight. It's weird. But try me, Reptang. I have used a Core i5 760, which is a Generation 1 Core i5, for 13 years. $15 for that game, and I can't play game mode. Pointless. Yeah, see, I really don't like when games that are online only. There's this game called Legends of Equestria, which I love to play. It's super relaxing. The community is the most friendly online community that I have ever found anywhere, ever. But it is online only. It is free. You don't spend a single dime on that game. There is no microtransactions, none of that. All the items the developers add to the game are all free. All you gotta do is complete quests and that sort of stuff. But the game is online only. It would be nice if it were possible to play the game offline. Sure, you would only have the NPCs standing still everywhere, but it would still be a nice thing. Now I can't reach 60 FPS in CS2. Yep, that's how things are. Sadly, that's how things are nowadays. Okay, so I fixed the snout. Now I can't stop fixing the muzzle. This here has got to be the last patch. It's gotta be, because I really wanted to move on to other stuff. I remember the very first time, speaking of CS, I remember the very first time I played Team Fortress 2. At the time, it was even before my Core i5 that I used for my Gen 1 Core i5 that I used for 13 years. I still had a Athlon XP 2000 Plus CPU. I remember Team Fortress 2 on that CPU was practically unplayable, though I don't think it was because of the CPU, but rather the GPU. I don't remember the actual GPU that I was using, but it was a very old GeForce with only 64 megabytes of VRAM. The game was nearly unplayable. I don't know, I don't think game devs make it clear you need an internet connection, and I really think everyone must be allowed to know whether the game requires internet access, and if it requires a strong connection. Yeah, they should also announce that Windows itself is following that path also. Heck, you can't even make a local account on Windows 11 before, unless you jump through several hoops and get your feet wet in the registry. Otherwise, you are forced to make a online Microsoft account. Okay, that muzzle is not good, but I will not fix it any further right now. Let's work on other stuff first. Yes, you can still make a local account on Windows 11, but as I just said, not without first getting your feet wet with the Windows registry and jump through a bunch of hoops to force Windows into making a local account. It was needed on the latest version that I tested a few months ago, unless there's a new method now, because the method that I tested a few months ago was like the second or third method that they had that they discovered and that was patched by Microsoft. Even unplugging the Ethernet cable and Wi-Fi, Windows was still forcing you to use an online account. No option for a local account. Yeah, that's the method that I tested, Riptane. And I should have clarified, when I said getting your feet wet with the Windows registry and going through hoops, I should have said that I meant, in generally speaking, you have to just jump through hoops. Registry is one of the options. I think mine is local account, but making it a local account in Windows 11 is very, very weird. Yeah, they just simply do not want you using a local account. And for anyone who sees the message on Windows saying that using a local account should not be done, that you are missing out a lot of features and stuff by using a Microsoft account online, do not fear. There's no problem in using a local account. Actually, it is way better if you do use a local account rather than an online one. And believe me when I tell you this, whenever you have to take your computer to a computer technician to fix something or troubleshoot anything, your technician will thank you if you have a local account. I say this because I am a computer technician myself, and I hate whenever I have to work on a computer that has an online account. It just makes things so much more cumbersome and difficult than they need to be. Especially if I have to format the system and make a backup. Don't you think that eye is a little too small? I think it is too small. Let's see if this will help. Yeah, that's a little better. Let's reposition the eye now so it matches the face a little better. Yeah, maybe there. But the way I drew it makes it look like he is, I don't know, maybe a little angry. That is not the expression I need him to have. First, let me remove these red pixels from here. There. Maybe it could be realigned with respect to the right nostril's direction. I will still work further on the alignment of the eye. Part of this is kind of dependent on the muzzle line right here, which is something that I still have to work on a little further. Maybe like this? Kind of. Let's try this. Oh, I hate when I am drawing a line and my hand decides to go places with a line. This is one of the reasons why I no longer draw all the final line arts by hand. That's one of the reasons why I use vector lines instead. That way I avoided the trouble of having to redraw the same line over and over again. Which, even though vectors are time-consuming to make, I think the trade-off is far more preferable. Overall, redraw the line several times over Might be an even bigger waste of time. Oh yeah, this is going to work. Yeah. Let's go with this. Nice, Reptane. Now, do not lick the strings. Alright, Ash, thank you so much for dropping by. Have a good day at work tomorrow and a great week, my friend. It was good having you here. Sleep well, and as always, dream of dragons. Okay, now let's complete the eyeball. And yeah, that should be good. Let's erase the red. Roar to you too. I have that SpongeBob bean in my head now. Which one? Oh, the one where he's saying, I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. I need it! In regards to licking the cord, the strings. No? Okay then I suck at guessing. Okay, let's save. And let's draw this here now. That's not bad, but it can be better. Lately I have been thinking about maybe redesigning Braveheart's eyes, and instead of having so much white area like this, going more like the eyes of a cat, in which the pupil takes most of the space of the eyeball, so his eye would be mostly just the iris slits. But I'm still on the fence on that idea. I have no idea, Reptane. Where's SpongeBob? Poop heel. Well, in my defense, English is not my first language, okay? I cannot have but have an accent. Poop heel. Heel, no. King of the poop heel. Alright, I think this should do it. Yeah, it might need further changing later, but for now, it will do. Let's now draw the one on the other side. Okay, this should do it. Let's change it to black. Nice. Oh my god, there's a lot of zoom out. Oh my god. Don't you hate when you move your mouse wheel up or down and it goes in the opposite direction, or it goes farther than you want it to, or it doesn't go at all? Oh, I hate when that happens. Okay. Let's send this to the progress sheet and try to fix that muzzle a little further. Because getting those eyes correct depends on having the muzzle correct in the first place. Maybe make it a little shorter as well. It might be too long. Yeah, let's try this. There we go. Hand, stop going places with the line. Stick to the track. Okay. You know what, I think I'm going to redraw this whole side here. At least as far as the eye is concerned. Oh, actually, I have a better idea. What if I do this? Yeah. That might even be more anatomically accurate. Okay, let's erase those black lines and see if the repairs that I made here will hold water. What's up, Rutane? Oh yeah, that is better. It still leaves a bit to be desired though. Oh my god. If I can't get this right today, I'm gonna bite someone. My pre-tuning decided to play a bit of Dropper Tuning. It's so dope. Nice. So I guess the filth of the old string was also getting in the way of playing and getting the right tunes. What am I doing here? I'm just redrawing the same line the same way it is. No. Maybe if I make his snout a little more pronounced as well, that might help. Bless you. Let's try this.
Here we stand up in our
All 5 upper strings and 5 has to go. It's like a 7-string guitar. I'll just take your word for it because I know nothing about music. I only know how to listen to them. Actually, when I was a kid, I tried to learn how to play the guitar. I could not muster the patience. So I stopped. Dad sneezes. There we go. He's gonna sneeze at least another 5 times. God, that breaks my focus, my concentration so hard. You have no idea. You have no idea how bad, how bad my focus is broken when there's so many noise in the background like that. Actually, this snout should not be as pronounced. Let's see if this is indeed the better course of action. Let's change this to black. Very good. Oh my god, this mouse wheel, seriously. Yeah, that is better. It can still be better. But for the most part, it is as it should be. Maybe remove a little bit over here. And a teeny amount there. And now let's work on these nostrils. I asked my father to, whenever he uses the bathroom, close the door when he does so. And I think he forgot because he was just blowing his nose on the sink, or I mean into the sink. And now he is using a plunger on the sink. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, and hopefully we are not gonna have more disrupting background noises. But to be honest, now I am kind of triggered already. Anyway, back to this nostril. Speaking of blowing your nose. There. That's nice. Now this one. I guess here. Yes. Let's now work on the alignment of the eye. This eye specifically, I'm gonna have to redraw that over there. You know, either this eye is now too big or the other one is too small. I think it's the latter. Let me try to get this done right. Okay. Yeah, that seems better. Now let's redo the pupil and the iris. These need to be bigger. Alright, let's try this. Oh yes, that is much better. But his left eye is now too big. Let's make it a little smaller. I mean, it's not really too big, but it surely is more wide open than the right one. It is unproportionately more wide open.
Infinite power.
Okay, if I am doing this right, I should not need to make any further changes to this eye until I have to draw the sketch for the second panel of this comic. Yep. This part here needs to be a little more curved though. Yeah, I like that, I think.
Infinite power.
Okay, let's take a look at this.
Perfecto. Oh, mamma mia, the die is just perfecto.
Alright, that is good. Though his snout still seems to be a little too wide. At the same time, it seems to be just fine. It also seems to be a little too wide.
Alright, let's try... Actually, no, let's not try anything. Not yet. Let me patch his jaw. Then I'll save a copy of this to the progress sheet, and then I'll see if I can improve his snout. And just the snout. Not the muzzle, not the nostrils, not the eyes, just the snout.
Also, the alignment of the eye, of the left eye, might be a little off. Let's see if I can fix it. Yeah, I think this works. Here, yeah. Put this here. And let me redraw this line over here. Okay, save. I'm also going to redraw the mouth over here. Let's have it not go that down. He's not sad after all, he's just paying very close attention to what he's being told. Yeah, over here is fine. Okay, I'm going now to save this to the progress sheet, and I will make a couple changes to the dimensions of his snout and the muzzle. But I'm not going to work on the top of the muzzle anymore. That part is fine as it is, at least until I decide otherwise. Anyway, let's begin by making his snout a little shorter in height, like so, and a little shorter in length, or in this case, making it less wide. And of course, now I have to do a little bit of patching here and there. It will be easier if I use the curve tool for this. If I can just finish at least this sketch here today, I will be happy.
Something's quite off on this snout now. I don't like it. See, this is why I always find it important for me to first draw a doodle of how I want the picture to be. That's why I have this while working on the commission, on the sketch. This is too pointy. It would help a lot also if I was not so out of practice. After all, I haven't done any art at all in the past 3 months. So it's no wonder I am having so much difficulty getting stuff right. And that is why I keep saying that I want to warm up first before I am firing back on all cylinders to work on that commission and other art. What the fudge? How was this undone while keeping the new change that I just made on the red line art? That should not have happened. I did press Ctrl Z to undo the last line, the last red line that I drew here, but it should not have also brought back the black lines that I had erased. There, see, it's doing it again. Confused dragon noises? Well, whatever. Let's realign this nostril. Put it over there. Bring this one up a bit. And give a little more curvature to the snout right here on the top. Okay. There. I got it. That is way better. Though the nostrils are still, I don't know, a bit weird. No. This, I mean, yes, this is a bit better, but it's not quite there yet. And the problem now is being the snout.
Okay, I think that fixes the issue. The nostrils, I think they are on a fine position as they are now. But their problem now, I think, might be their shape. I think if I redraw them, it will be better. Okay, let's try this. Yes, there we go. That's much nicer. Can't quite say the same thing about his right eye though. That eye is still a bit funky. Oh, you know what I think might be the issue here? On the right side of his face. This is too wide. That's just way too wide. Let's see if shortening this side will fix the issue. Now this will require a lot of patching. Wait a second. This horn is also reaching way too far into the front of his face. That is not right. That is not right at all. What if I bring the entire face further forward, like this? Yeah, and now we can have the horn here. Let's patch this area here now because I just turned it into a mess. A very big mess of pixels. Ah, frick. And for his cheek, curve like that and like this. And one more red pixel right there. Okay, let's save, and let's do this. Oh, what happened here? What's with this corner? There we go. You know what? I said that I would be very happy if I could finish this sketch today. But I think I'm going to just finish up this
area that I am working on now and wrap up for today, because I need to take another bathroom break. However, this one is going to be a little longer, and of course I will not go into details of what the fudge I'm talking about. You can make your guesses. Point is, I think his face and the expression is done. I just need to patch up everything else, finish up his neck, and then draw his mane, and that should be fine. So yeah, let's save this here now. Date the progress sheet. I'll check your messages on Discord later, Riptane. I'm kind of in a hurry right now. 29, 23 Sunday. There we go. And save. So yeah, my friends, sorry I am stopping this a little shorter, a little sooner than I actually wanted to, but as I just said, well, nature is calling. Anyway, everyone, thank you all so much for joining today's show. I hope you enjoyed and had some fun. It is always great to have you here. And yeah, don't forget that I am planning a special Halloween stream this next Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern Time if I can, if not 7 p.m. And hopefully it should be fun. So yeah, everyone, have a great week. And until we meet again on the next stream, God bless you all, stay safe and healthy. When you go to bed, sleep well, and as always, dream of dragons. Catch you guys in the next one. See you soon. Bye bye.
Some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find your feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't turn up. Don't bet on taking trips because they'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. Citrus can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let them on my opinion of such enough. Bet on sinking chips because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the fact that if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's supposed to be elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. So bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the show. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let them on my opinion. Manipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just glow. Don't wait to play to indecision. Don't bet on taking trips because you got to